Hello, good morning or afternoon, wherever you are. Sorry, just checking that the stream is working. Good morning or afternoon, depending on where you are. How are we all? I think it's going to be a bit quiet this morning to start off with. It is midday for me in the UK, but I'm aware that Eastern time it is like 7 a.m. So I think it's going to be a bit quiet to get going. But happy Friday. What day is it? Friday. Yeah. Happy Friday. How are we all? I spent most of yesterday on the couch actually binging the whole of Every Year After. I had a corker of a headache and I think it was migrated into a migraine. It probably was one by the time I got into bed at 9 o'clock. So I've nipped out this morning to get myself some Nurofen and I've taken a couple this morning. I'll probably take a few more a little bit later on. I can still feel it niggling. But I'm not doing a very good job. I'm trying to stay hydrated. I don't mind tap water. I will drink tap water, but to have this next to me helps remind me clearly not very well. Actually, hydration station, guys. Helps remind me to drink the water. But hydration station, in case you have forgotten today, like myself, hydration station for you all. But yeah, I need to get some reading done. Actually, I'm properly slacking on my reading. I'm just really struggling to concentrate right now because I have 1,000,001 things going on in my head. So naturally, I've decided to pick up a very large book, and it is The Wall of Winnipeg and Me, for a book that fits the prompt. Hang on, what is my prompt? Let me get my thingy-mabob open. My tracker that fits the prompt for read a book, 4 of Wands, read a book that features celebratory, I struggle with that word, celebratory event such as a wedding, party or festival. I believe that there is an arranged marriage in here. So I've decided to pick this up. Haven't got a clue where I am. I've just been listening to the audiobook. Honestly, I listened to it a little bit yesterday while sorting out some wedding stuff. And then I haven't listened to anything yet today because I've been wanting for this headache to relieve itself a little bit before I put my headphones on and compress my head. So I am feeling a little bit better. I've just been like faffing this morning, honestly. I paid a couple of bills for the wedding. I've sent a couple of emails back and forth for the wedding. It's just constant wedding stuff now, which doesn't get me paid. It gets everybody else paid but me. So I need to get back to work. And I've just been like sat looking at Fairyloot's website. I'm umming and ahhing about the Stalking Jack the Ripper set. I love that series so much. It's one of my favorite series. But at the time when they announced it, I didn't love the artwork, and I don't know if I still do. But it's still available on the website, and so I'm umming and ahhing. I really shouldn't because wedding, but I'm umming and ahhing. So anyway, I've just shut that page down. So yeah, I was looking at that. Anyway, I think maybe I've taught myself out of it again for a second time. Anywho, how's everyone going? Good morning. I'll be reading Heavenly Bodies, Team Swords. Nice. What are your reading plans today? My reading plans are to just get through The Wall of Winnipeg and Me. If I could finish it, that would be great, but I don't think that's going to be possible. These sprints will go till 5 p.m. BST, so I'm going for about 5 hours. I have a meeting with my... Who is it with? My venue decorator, my decor person. I've forgotten what the name of her role is. I've got a meeting with her at 6:30, so a Zoom call. So I'll have that this evening. So yeah, we're going to go to like 5-ish. That's what I was going to do. My head hurts so bad. What am I reading this on? I stopped in the middle of a sentence, in the middle of a chapter yesterday. Of course I did. I've got 5 hours and 41 minutes of the audio left, so I'm not going to get that done today. Probably not. But get as far as I can with it. That's the aim of the game. Hello, let's go. Currently reading Bloodbound and also Half City. I need to get to Bloodbound. It's my Patreon buddy read for this month. and was for last month. We ended up switching the buddy read because of some discourse with the book and the author. So we switched to Bloodbound by the end of last month. So I need to pick that up. Hello. Nearing the end of Atmosphere and loving it. I loved that book so much. Good morning to Seattle. Hello, just got back from uni, having lunch now, and we'll be using sprints to get some work done. I really need to tidy this room up. It's an absolute shit tip. I did have a couple of TikToks I wanted to film this morning, but I just kept waiting for the pain to abate, and it has a little bit, but not much. And I don't want it to come across on camera that I'm very clearly not well. So I keep waiting, but I think I've just got to get it done, in all honesty. If I don't get it done today, I'll try and do it tomorrow before work or Sunday. Did I read this out? Yeah, I did. Need to survive a few more hours of work without falling asleep behind my laptop, and then I can read again. Hello, currently on lunch break. I'm hoping to finish Onyx Storm. Oh, thank you so much. It is my University of the Well-Read sweater from Wordy and Wild a few months ago. Hello. Welcome in. Very grateful for these early sprints as I'm in Europe, so I haven't been able to join most tarot sprints this week. I do like to do daytime sprints. It helps me stay focused, because otherwise I just sit downstairs and binge watch an entire series or something like yesterday. Every Year After. You know what? I quite liked it. I do think they've changed. I haven't read Every Year After, but I've read One Golden Summer, which is Charlie's book. So I do need to read Every Summer After. So I don't know if they've taken some liberties or not. A lot of people are complaining that they have, so maybe. But I do feel like the ending was a bit diabolical. I will say, if you've watched it, do you feel like that ending was slightly diabolical? I obviously haven't read Every Summer After, so I don't know if the book ends like that. But if it does, Carly, fortune, shocking. Doing well. I've been reading Yesteryear and Wolfworm, which I'm both enjoying. Love that for you. Hydration Station. Hello, hope everyone is doing well. I would recommend a water bottle. I know, I have like 5 throughout the house. The problem is it's great and it works for me for like 2 weeks, and then I get sick of the sight of it, and then I need to buy a new, and it's just, honestly, like it's not helping the environment. Neither is this, but that isn't helping the environment either, because then I need a new one to make it more exciting again. Which is absolutely ridiculous, but unfortunately the way my brain works. Yay for ADHD. I just wish I could be excited about it for longer than like 2 weeks, you know? Hello. The Wall of Winnipeg and me. I'm liking it so far, but I am struggling a little bit, and I'm concerned it's my mood, because I'm just struggling with picking up books a little bit anyway. I'm concerned it could be my mood. I'm finding her a little bit, so far it's been very kind of info dumpy on the situation that she's in with her boss. But he has come back to beg her, you know, to marry her. Marriage of convenience. He's come back for that. So maybe things will start to get interesting. Maybe it's the narrator because I'm listening to the audiobook. I don't know. I just need to remember that I haven't read a Mariana Zapata in a while. The last one I think I read was from Lukov with Love. I loved All Roads Lead Here. Loved that one. I think that's my favorite from her so far. But I've gone for this one because Culty just recently came in, so I have another one on my shelves. Albeit a lot of hers are on Kindle Unlimited, so I could pick any up at any point, but I like to have them on my shelves as a reminder to pick them up. But I always like to have one in my back pocket, you know, for when I'm in the mood for a slow burn, because I'm very aware that her books are very slow burnish. I don't want to stop at this point because I do think I'm a reasonable way in. I couldn't tell you where, but once I get to the end of this chapter, I'll be able to figure it out. If I wasn't this far in, I probably would swap it out for something else. Not going to lie. It's not the book, it's me. I think I need quicker reads, and I've made a mistake by picking something that's like nearly 600 pages. So, good morning. For sore heads, electrolytes really help. If you're dehydrated, water only depletes the minerals in your body, so some electrolytes help as well in water. I use tablets. I think I've got some downstairs, so maybe I'll give one of those a go, actually. Just don't like the taste of them too much, but maybe I need to give them a go. Need to give one a go. Hello, determined to finish Scythe and Sparrow today. I've been terrible reading this week. I've been awful all month. Not been great. The only thing that seems to be keeping my attention is manga because it's quick to get through. And I'm really enjoying the plot of Kaiju number 8 at the moment. So I just kind of want to pick that up and binge that series. However, obviously, manga are just half points. So I can't continue to do that for the sake of my team. I did binge my way through a thriller the other day, a very quick thriller, actually, Tuesday evening after work. I wanted to catch up on some of my journal, which I then had completed for a hero's journey prompt. It was the Hermit Era. Pause and reflect on your energy. So I caught up with my Hobonichi journal because I was really fucking behind, and I literally binged The Girl Who Vanished by R.M. Ward. Not enough people are talking about this book. This was very good. I gave it 4 stars. Went in a completely different direction than I anticipated. The audiobook's on BookBeat, and it was like 7 hours. It didn't take me long to get through at all, and it was really good. So I binged that. So maybe thrillers and horrors are what I need. Maybe that's where I should be right now. I thought romance was where I should be, but I don't think it is. So yeah, just trying to figure out where my head is. Maybe a wedding book is not the answer. I do have, actually, as a wedding book, You're Invited by Amanda Jayatissa, which is a thriller. But it's about dead bodies turning up throughout a wedding. And I'm just not sure I need the nightmares, because that will manifest into nightmares for me because I'm freaking out about the wedding. So I don't know if that's a good call. I don't know. It's very true. I have a water bottle in every room just in the hopes of hitting my 2 liters a day. I'm lucky if I have 2 sips a day, and usually that's before bed with my contraceptive pill. I am terrible, so terrible. Yeah, I'm still umming and ahhing about it, honestly. You can also make some by using sea salt and squash in water. An old runner's trick. I seem to get dehydrated overnight in summer a lot, and it helps having some electrolytes in the morning, especially as it warms up. Yeah, I might go and do that actually in the first sprint and get some lunch too. Reading Hexed by Emily McIntyre. My day off has aligned with your sprints. Love that. Welcome in. Hello. Gonna read Brimstone by Callie Hart for Team Cups. I really want to read that soon. But with my mood, I'm trying to stay away from things that my mood could ruin that I'm really excited about. Again, like a Dungeon Crawler Cal is always a win for me, but I just don't want to ruin it with my mood. I love how you're like, I need to work. I'm paying too many bills. And then immediately jumps into Feraloot Special Edition. It is what it is. I mean, it's been on my shelves for a while. I've avoided picking it up because I've read, like I say, I've read All Roads Lead Here and From Luke Off With Love since they came in, and they all came in together, I think. And then Culty came in last week. So I was like, oh, maybe I could read The Wall of Winnipeg and Me now then, because I've got another one on my shelves now. 9 p.m. here in Australia, eating a late dinner and going to read Lady Midnight afterwards. Nice. Good morning. Going to finish Red Winter for my first tarot book. Love that for you. I've finally read The Things We Water by Mariana Zapata and gave it 5 stars. Really surprised by it. Nice. I've heard good things. Is this that one was a werewolf one, right? Or have I made that up? Was it contemporary? I thought it was paranormal. I feel like I've made that up though. Currently reading I Know a Place, Rest Stops, and Other Dark Detours by Nat Cassidy for our Fancy Bingo prompt. My first Nat Cassidy book. Can't wait to read more from them. That book was really good. I really enjoyed it. Rest Stop freaked me out, something terrible. I had it as an arc, and I read Rest Stop and then about 2 others after it. But I had to put it down because it was giving me terrible nightmares, really bad nightmares. So I waited until it came out on audio, and then I just listened to the rest. When I physically read, I visualize a lot more to the point that it sits in my brain and then I dream about it, whatever it is. So with horror, when I visually read, it can give me some terrible nightmares, and I was having the worst nightmares with this. Like during reading Rest Up, I was taking my mum to go and get her dress for my wedding, and that night I had a horrific nightmare that she fell in the shop with the dress on, fell and hit her head and died. And it was terrifying. It was really, really bad. So I was like, you know what, I'm going to put this down. And then I just did the rest on audio and it was good. I liked it. I will say my favorite from Nat Cassidy so far, I have read Nestlins, Mary, and Wolf, When the Wolf Comes Home. And my favorite is When the Wolf Comes Home, but I really did like Nestlins and Mary as well. So definitely would recommend more from him for sure. I can't remember what else he's done so far, but I would recommend, definitely would recommend When the Wolf Comes Home. It's very, very good. Hello, welcome. I hope you enjoy your time. Hi, happy time zones. I'm reading Broken by Daylight by Elizabeth Helen today. Nice. I need to continue on with that series. I do have the first 4 books. I have Bonded by Thorns and I was going to try and get the rest from Fairy Loot, but at the time when they went on sale, I didn't have the cash to get them. So I missed out on them. And so I have the other 3, the normal copies. And then the 5th one came out and I saw it in the bookstore the other day and I was like, nah, they're all on Kindle Limited. I don't need to keep collecting these. That's silly. So I think I'm just going to try and read them on there and I might unhaul them, the ones that I've got, because they're huge, like really big. Frozen by Starlight, I think, is the 5th one. And it's enormous, like bigger. I'm sure it's bigger than like, it might be this size, but it might be bigger. This is The Eye of the Bedlam Bride by Matt Dinnerman. It might be around this size, but it could have been bigger. I'm not sure. And it was enormous, absolutely gigantic. And I was just like, if the books are going to continue to get getting bigger, I don't need them. I mean, this is 800 odd pages. I feel like it was bigger than that. But again, like the books don't seem to necessarily get any bigger than that with Matt Dinnerman. This one is the latest one, the 8th one, and that's smaller. So, you know. Hello, happy Friday. It's 6 a.m. here, and I did my daily tarot pull at the tower. What did I get today? I did do mine. 9 of Cups. Mine's contentment, emotional satisfaction, and the resilience, the realization of your dreams and desires. I'm not sure I would say I'm content. I would say I'm quite stressed, actually. So I don't know how I feel about that card today. But alas, gonna listen to Lucky Day or continue reading Crafting for Sinners while I wake up. Nice. I have, yeah. They are very long, but they're slow burns, and I love a slow burn. So, but I think because of my patience right now, which is very thin, I feel like this was a bad call. So I could end up swapping this out for something else. I may just continue on with it throughout the month anyway. When I need an audio, when I'm pottering about, if I'm not already listening to one, I may just continue on with it that way. After saying that, whenever I do this, a bookmark ends up in there and then I end up not touching it for like 2 years, which is a me problem. I might try swapping it out for something else, but I just don't know where I'm going to find another book that is, what am I looking for? Book that features a celebratory event such as a wedding, a party, or a festival. I feel like I'm going to struggle a little bit with that. Party, event, or a festival. I would like something shorter. Again, I picked it up for the page count because I've been doing so much manga. I was like, let's do the page count for this one because it will help my team out somewhat. But I am just not in the correct headspace. So I think I need to switch gears, and I don't think romance is the answer, which is a real shame. But I also don't know what I have. I've got You're Invited by Amanda Jess-Tyber. Like I said, a woman goes to her ex-partner's wedding. She gets invited to the wedding. And then the bride goes missing and she's accused of doing it. But as things start to unfold, it turns out there's a lot of people that have a problem with the bride. And then I think somebody else goes missing or a dead body turns up. I can't remember how it works out, but it's to do with that. And I'm like, that could be fun. But also, do I want to encourage the nightmares? So maybe just a random party would work that all goes tits up. I need a slasher by the sounds things. That's what I need. Maybe. Anyway, I'll figure it out. It'll be fine. Thanks to the sprint, I can knock out the last bit of my book before work. Nice. People are always going to complain about a book to TV movie adaptation. True that. Very true. Good morning. Working, lurking, and trying to read Iron and Embers. Nice. I hope you enjoy. I also have to switch between water bottles to keep interesting for my brain and make sure I use them. Usually I hide the one I'm tired of behind the others like a treasure. Oh, that's a smart idea. Mine's just late. Mine's just sat out on the kitchen unit. Maybe I need to swap it. Yeah, maybe I need to do that. Nearly bought one yesterday. It was like white with pink bows on it, and it was really cute. And I was like, don't do it, because that's not helping save the planet, you know? Maybe I need to hide them for a little bit and then accidentally find them next week and then get excited again. It's really different to the book. There's been many changes. I read Every Summer After last month. I really want to read it. Now, like, I've watched that, my brain is like, let's pick that up today. But I can't fit it in with my prompt. So, yeah, I can't make that work, unfortunately. If you tried flavoured water, it helps sometimes, lemons or mint. I should try that for sure. I liked You're Invited. The aunties were funny. Hello, randomly woke up at 7 a.m. and can't go back to sleep, so I might as well read. Fair. Hello, we'll be reading. Sorry, my brain is hurting so bad that I can't. The words are like switching round. Other Birds by Sarah Addison Allen for Team Pentacles. Nice. Hello, just spent 2 hours at a roller rink and now I'm buggered and don't want to move off the floor. Fair. Hello, good morning. Reading Voyage of the Basilisk. Jesus. Voyage of the Basilisk by Marie Brennan. Trying to finish it today so I can start something new before my long train journey tomorrow. 4 a.m. in California. Girl. Jeez, that is early. They say the best way to learn a new habit is to link it to one you already have. So maybe pick up the water bottle when you pick up your book. Oh, that's a smart idea. Yeah. What I need to do is when I take a swig of my Monster, follow it up by a swig of my water, or a swig of water first, then my Monster. That's what I should be doing. I thought so, yeah. I thought so. Good afternoon. Hello. Just joining for an hour while I try to finish something at work. Some things at work. So glad for the company to help me focus. You're so welcome. Borrowed When the Wolf Comes Home from the Library twice and can't get through more than 30%. Really want to give it another go because everyone seems to love it, but I don't know. Oh, damn. I loved it. It was so good. It had me in the beginning, though. So maybe if it's not got you in the beginning, that's a tough one. That is a tough one. I am having the same problem with the Jasad Air by Sarah Hashem. Everyone seems to love it. And I have tried twice now to get through that book and I cannot. And it was for the prompt of the first book in a duology for our fantasy bingo. So I'm like frantically looking for the first book in another duology now because I haven't got any. I've read the first book in all of my duologies on my TBR. I did just very recently read King of Ravens and I could have made that count, but I read it in another video already. So I can't make that work. So yeah, I'm kind of like frantically trying to find another book that's part of a duology. I am thinking Hollow Heathens by Nicole, whatever her name is. My apologies to Nicole. However, she's kind of like announced somewhere that this isn't a duology. You can read the books individually, but it's recommended that you read them in order. And I'm like, okay, that's a duology, you know? Good morning. I slept in a little bit. Me too today. Been trying to get up for the last half hour, but my least snuggly of my two cats won't let me up. Oh no. Especially when it's the least snuggly as well. You don't want to interrupt that, do you? In terms of drinking water tips, I have one of those bottles with times on it. That's smart. So you're supposed to drink a certain amount by a certain time. I never manage that, but it definitely motivates me. That is very smart. Technically working, but going to try and squeeze some reading in. Reading Dead Poets Sorority currently. Nice. Hoping to finish yesterday today. Go Team Swords. Reading Broken by Daylight on my Kindle. So I'm gaslighting myself into not thinking about the length. That's smart. You see, that's smart. That's what I wanted to do with Wall of Winnipeg and Me. It's not worked out so well because it's not on Kindle Unlimited. It's $5.99 on Kindle and I'm not paying that. Happy Sprinting. Going to focus on Winter by Marissa Mayer after I've gone for a walk. I love that series and I desperately want to reread it, but I don't make it a priority. I've read it bloody years ago and I really want to reread it. I adore Wait For It by Mariana Zapata and Colty. Nice. Can't decide what my next read should be. A Curse, A Curious Beginning, or An Anatomy of an Alibi. I would recommend A Curious Beginning. I love that series. I do need to continue on. Also enjoyed Wait for It. Hello, just joined up and reading the fake divination offense today until I have to go to D&D. That's so fun. I love that. Gonna finish Isako at some point today, but need to make myself something for breakfast first. Good morning, getting ready for work, and I'm listening to the Jasad Crown. How bizarre that I was just speaking about the Jasad Air. How strange is that? Hello, hello. I just got a monster to have today too. That exact one is my favorite. Was watching no video, saw you reading Smells and James. Where would you consider best to start with her? I've only read. Oh, I was going to lie to you and say I've only read 2 so far. That is a lie. I've read 4. I didn't know I've read that many. I have The Broken Girls on my Kindle. I also have The Haunting of Maddie Clare, and I've got another one that I can't remember the title of. Actually, Simone St. James is someone who I could absolutely read today. I doubt any of them involve weddings, though. The Broken Girls, Lost Among the Living I have, and The Haunting of Maddie Clare. Oh, I also have Silence for the Dead as well. But I have read Murder Road, which was my first Simone St. James. The first one that I read. The first one that I owned was Sundown Motel, which I tried and got halfway through a few years ago when I wasn't quite in my horror era, but I am more so now. So I tried again and loved it. The Book of Cold Cases I liked but didn't enjoy as much as the Sundown Motel. I really liked Murder Road. Gavin hated it though. And then A Box Full of Darkness, which is her latest one, I recently read and really enjoyed. So I can highly recommend the Sundown Motel, A Box Full of Darkness, and Murder Road. I did like The Book of Cold Cases, but not as much as the others. I gave that one 3.5 stars. I think the others I gave between 4 and 4.5 stars. So I've heard fantastic things about Broken Girls, though. Fantastic things. So I don't know if that helps or not. Not drunk a Monster in about 4 years. I always get the strangest heart racing feeling from it. I do from Red Bull. I have one Monster a day, and half the time I never get through it. But it just gives me, I started now and now I can't stop. It's my caffeine for the day. So yeah, I did end up, actually, I had work at the pub on Wednesday and I was nodded off on the couch at 6:45. I started my shift at 7. And at 6:45, Andy had to wake me up because I'd nodded off on the couch, which I never do. I was so exhausted and I had to take a Celsius with me. We had one left in the fridge and I had to take it with me to work to get through my shift. I never normally do that because I'd already had my Monster for the day. And it did help me get through the shift, but I was so fucking tired. Now on book 4 of Dungeon Crawler Calumet, Propensity. End of book 3. Haven't stopped laughing. Also, is it only me that pictures Mordecai as Sam the Eagle from the Muppets? That's so funny. He changes to different people, different animals and stuff. So I've forgotten how to pronounce her name at the end of book 3. Oh, that's the cabaret. Is she the headless one? There ends up being so many characters that sometimes I can't remember all the really important ones. Where is she? Is she the doll's head? I can't remember. I'm glad you're enjoying it though. I'm up to actually The Eye of the Bedlam Bride, book 6. That's really enjoyed The Sundown Motel by Simone St. James, and I liked Murder Road too, even though a lot of people didn't like it. I really enjoyed it. I thought it was great. Hello, I'm working today, hoping to finish Hunger of Gods, but I have been struggling with my reading. Same. Really like The Haunting of Maddie Clare. Nice. I wanted to recommend Sheep Detective Story for the duology, but she's releasing the 3rd book as the film got released Got her the book deal, I guess. Damn. This is the only problem. Sometimes the duologies don't stay duologies. So I was like, oh, Anathema by Kerry Lake. It's not a duology. It's going to be a trilogy. So I can't do that one. I have already read all of my duologies. I've either read them or I've read the first one. So I've read The God and the Gummy Hill because that's a duology. I just need to read The God and the Greasing. I've read The Night and the Moth because that's a duology. I've already read A Fate Inked in Blood and A Curse Carved in Bone. A Curse Carved in Bone was shit. I've already read Metal Slinger. That's a duology because Light Wielder comes out very. Oh no, I've got Light Wielder. This Monster of Mine I've already read by Shalini Abasakira, a duology. Fire in the Sky by Sophie Jordan I've already read. That's a duology, and I think her series is going to be sets of duologies set in the same world. So whatever the fuck it's called, Spellcast is going to be the third book in this overall series, but I think it sets of duologies. So again, I've read the first one. Yeah, it's hard work. The Jashad Air was the book I was going to pick, but I've tried twice now. I tried once last year in Egypt, and I tried again recently, and I just cannot get through it. So I think I'm going to have to unhaul that and cut my losses with it. So I am struggling with duology somewhat. Again, the Danielle L. Jensen Bridge Kingdom series. I've read the Bridge Kingdom. That's sets of duologies, but I've read the Bridge Kingdom and not the Traitor Queen. So I can't do that either. I could reread something, but I don't really want to. I've read Bride by Ali Hazelwood, Mate being the second one. I don't know if that's a duology or not. Duologies are hard. Wish I could drink energy drinks. Like today, I could use both energy and something refreshing, but I cannot take the smell and taste. I'm very particular about mine. Gavin's opened my eyes up to the mango one. I try not to drink too much of it if I can help it because of the sugar content, whereas the white one that I drink is sugar-free. However, I think I just needed the extra boost today with my headache. The screaming goat. I remember now, the goat. Yeah. I was thinking of the headlet, the doll's head. She's nuts. I love her though. I know it's romance, but The Shippers by Catherine Center was about a wedding and was really good. Ooh, I don't think I have that one. I only have the rom-coms from Catherine Center. Again, I've got a lot on my Kindle. I will go to my Kindle if I need to, but I am trying to focus on books on my TBR as well. Again, in horror, in duologies, I have read The Shining already, because Doctor Sleep is the follow-up from that. And I have already read, where are you? Because I know I've kept you. I have already read Bird Box. Because I know there's a sequel to that as well. I haven't read it yet, but I've read the first one. It's the fact that it's the first one that's tripping me up because I've read a lot of firsts in duologies. That's what's tripping me up. Magic and Romance by Sarah Rash is still a duology. Looking through my TBR now for a duology. Again, trying to focus on things I've already got. Recommend Silver in the Bone and The Mirror of Beasts. YA Arthurian fantasy can absolutely recommend. Do struggle with YA somewhat. I get Hollow Heathens I don't actually have, but it's one that I've been wanting to read for a while. I did start House of Bane and Blood by Alexis L. Menard, but I am not really loving it. It's not sticking. Diabound's going to be a duology, is it? I think that's a series. There was I had on here. The Gravewood, apparently by Kelly Andrews, going to be a duology, but I am not in the mood. And I've DNF Broken Souls and Bones previously. I do want to try again, though. I do have Carve the Mark by Veronica Roth, which I believe is going to be a duology, but I don't. Again, it's YA. Riftborn by Greenwich and Lennox, I actually physically own, and I thought was a duology, but I believe there's going to be a third book coming out. Dragon Cursed by Elise Cove is going to be a duology, I think. I have that one on my Kindle, and I am intrigued by it for sure. There is another one somewhere further down that I have. I got really dizzy. Where is it? Because I think I have both of them. But again, I think it's YA. Oh, I've got We Hunt the Flame by Hafsa Fazal. That's a duology, but I think it's YA. There is another one. What is it called? There's so much on my Kindle. It's to do with dragons, I'm sure. Where is it? Oh, Happily Never After by Lynn Painter. That's a wedding book. Short. Maybe I could do that. Got The Wedding People by Alison S. Patch as well. But I was saving that for another round of reading books I don't know if I'm going to like or not. Oh, I don't know what book I'm on about. Anyway, Second in Magic and Romance by Sarah Ash. Strange Familiars by Kesh Chow. Apparently it's the first in duology as a series. It's called the Seymour College Duology and Storygraph. Do you see that BK Borison is releasing the third and final book in the Heartstring series called First Time Listener? I am. Yes, I have. I'm very excited. I need to read the second one. I've still not read it yet. Samantha. Yeah. Could also try finding something on Kindle Unlimited that intrigued you. That's what I'm doing for duology prompt because I don't have any on my TBR. Yeah, that's what I was thinking with Hollow Heathens, actually, because I am very excited about that. Siren Mage Duology by Kaylee Cassidy is a pretty good option. Book 2 comes out this summer. Is this the one? That's one I do have, actually, In the Veins of the Drowning. I have that one. But I've heard that the writing is very lyrical and flowery, and I actually think I'm going to hate it. And I've only heard that since I got the book. So now I'm gutted and I'm like, shit. Have you read The Year of the Witching? The Year of the Witching? By Alexis Henderson. I didn't know that was going to be a series. Hang on. I read that years ago. When did that come out? Because I read that when it came out and I absolutely loved it. Oh, book 1 of 1. Hardcover. When did you come out, dude? 2020. Yeah, I read that bloody years ago. It was great. Loved it. Danielle L. Jensen's coming out in the new duology this year too. Hopefully it'll be better than Fate Inked in Blood. Fate Inked in Blood was 5 stars for me. A Curse Carved in Bone was 2. I was absolutely devastated. It was terrible. They also started Phantasma for Fantasy Bingo before realizing the third book is coming out. Yeah, it's going to be a third book. I've heard such good things. Looking for weddings in books, I recommend The Paradise Problem by Christina Lauren if you haven't read it yet. I think I have read that one. Oh no, The Honeymoon is I've read. I haven't read The Paradise Problem yet. Problematic Summer Romance is technically set in a wedding. If you haven't read that yet, I have not. Don't know if The Year of the Witching is ever going to get a sequel. It's been too many years. Yeah, it's been 6 years since that came out. Originally came out. I didn't know it was going to be a sequel because since then she's done House of Hunger, which I gave 4 stars, and Academy of Liars, which I DNF'd. Which I was heartbroken about. When I Was Death, I do have on my Kindle, which is YA, I believe. So yeah, I don't know if she's going to do it. Anyway, we've yapped for a really long time. That's not what we came here for, is it? So I'm going to figure out, I'm going to finish this chapter. I'm going to figure out where I'm up to, make a decision whether or not I'm continuing on with this book. And then I'm going to decide what to pick up next. I do have mangas that involve weddings, so I could just get through this prompt pretty quickly with a manga. But I want to try and not do that if I can help it. I could really do with an audiobook. So let's get going. Hello. I hadn't realised we were so close to the end of that sprint. How did we all do? I did continue on with the Wall of Winnipeg and me. I am on page 129. So I am at a point where I'm like, do I just continue for the sake of continuing or not? But my mood is definitely affecting this book. I'm not enjoying it much, I've got to be honest. So I'm tempted to put it down, try something else. Good morning. I'm reading Just Friends by Hayley Pham. I have about 64 pages left, but I'm working from home, so trying to work a little, read a little in between, and we'll see if I can finish it nice. Good morning. Trying to power through this Friday. That's a mood. Hello, Ratbag. How are you, bestie? Got to 15% through Brimstone. Listen to 9% of Everything is Tuberculosis. Nice. Heard good things about that one. Hello, put it down if you don't enjoy it. Life is too short. I know. I think I would enjoy it. I just think right now my mood is not the best. And I think I need something short and snappy. I'm trying to find like a thriller that features a wedding, maybe. Despite the fact that maybe that's not the smartest idea, but alas, it is what it is. I just don't know. Got so distracted during those sprints, but we'll make lunch and log back in. Nice. I also need to make lunch this sprint. I might just move on to a different prompt. Hang on. What have I got left? Read a book you received as a gift or a library book. I did pull out Bully by Penelope Douglas, but I think I'm going to put that back on the shelf and pick something else. Oh, sorry. I clicked on it and then didn't read it. Good morning. Hope you don't mind me asking about how long are we sprinting today. We're probably going to go until about 5 p.m. BST, so it'll be for about 5 hours-ish. I have a call with a wedding vendor at 6:30, so need to get myself ready for that afterwards. Hello. Totally forgot about these. I'm off work today. Did some errands this morning in my laundry and then prepped dough for dinner and made some chocolate cookies. Nice. Knackered now though, shouting for Jade. Read 65 pages of my book. I'm 90%. I'm at 90%. I think I can finish this today. You've got this. Got struggles. I got 21% into the strong female character. I am, as usual, supposed to be studying today, but I am lacking all motivation. That is a mood. Hellos for Jade. Good morning. Reading Wolfworm by T. Kingfisher, made to page 45. You could do a thriller about a dinner party. I was thinking that, like, I don't have really any of those. I have thrillers about people coming together for like a writing retreat. I've got The Ending Writes Itself, for example, by Evelyn Clark. I've got, and then there were none. I just wonder if they class as, it says a wedding, a party, or a festival, a celebratory event such as a wedding party or festival. So I don't know if the ending writes itself is necessarily a celebratory event, because I think hasn't an author passed away and then they've been invited to come and write the ending of the book or something. That's not necessarily a celebratory event. I just wonder if, like, and then there were none. 10 strangers are invited to Soldier Island. Struggles. At Soldier Island, an isolated rock off the Devon coast, cut off from the mainland with their generous host mysteriously absent, they are each accused of a terrible crime. Then one of the party dies suddenly, and they realize there might be a murderer in their midst, a murderer who might strike again and again. And all the time, copies of a macabre nursery rhyme hang in each room, a nursery rhyme with an omen of death for all 10 of them. Is it the party? Would this count? Hello, just joining now. Going to be starting Your Knife, My Heart by Kaya Moranova. Nice. How long's the audiobook for this? And then there were none. Because I think this is a short one, right? 6 hours and 1 minute. I could do that today. These edges. It's the Farrelloot edition. Isn't it pretty? Stunning. I think I should love this book because I've loved two others from Mariana Zapata previously. So I should love it. So the fact that I'm not is giving me an indication that I'm the problem. Good morning. Just started my work day. Thank God it's fucking Friday. How's your reading going, Steph? Not great, honestly. I think I need to be focusing on thrillers and horrors right now. I think that's what my mood needs. Something I can smash out in a day. And for some stupid reason, I picked a 530 odd page book. Powered through my work during that sprint and effort to finish early today. You've got this. Celebration of life. Also, just finished Bad Gaze while in the kitchen. First book for Tower Readathon this week. Reading has been slow over the last few days. And then there were none would count. They believed it was a dinner party. Okay, cool. I might do this then instead. Do I have the audiobook on BookBeat? And then there were none. Yeah, boy. Does it matter which one I pick? Hugh Fraser. Oh, why is that one 5 hours and 36 minutes? And that one is 6 hours and 1 minute. Why? Shit. Shit. Why do they have two different options? I just listened to the audio of And Then There Were None Monday. It was a reread, but still loved it. Super nostalgic for me. Do you know which one you picked? There's two options on BookBeat, and I don't know which one to pick. The one that matches my book is the shorter audio, and the one above is 6 hours and 1 minute. Do you know which one I should do? Try In a Dark Dark Wood by Ruth Ware. This bachelorette party. I have that. Actually, weirdly enough. Oh yeah. Weekend in a remote cottage, the perfect opportunity for Nora to reconnect with her best friend. To put the past behind her, but something goes very wrong, very wrong. The secrets and lies unravel out of the dark, dark wood. The past will finally catch up with Nora. I've had this for so long. Okay, I have a couple of options there. Thank you so much for that one. Let your guys sprint time zone, then basically get to be here from when I wake up to noon. Yeah, I did 12 p.m. BST till 5 p.m. BST, which is 7 a.m. Eastern to 12 p.m. Eastern. Okay, is that all it is? Fair. I missed the beginning. I think I said hello and then went to McDonald's. I hope you had a nice Mackey's. Mine was 6 hours, but it was neither of those covers. Amazing. Both are the same, but Dan Stevens is the new one. Okay, I might do Dan Stevens. Just finished at Wit's End by Bailey Hannah, Cowboy series. Now just waiting for the fifth to come out next month, which makes the series finish. Nice. I had so much fun with In a Dark Dark Wood. So messy. Oh, in a dark wood. I like to read my thrillers and horrors in a day. Oh, I have the audiobook as well. 10 hours and 9 minutes. I don't know if I would complete that today. Would definitely have to take a break for my meeting. And are any of these gifted? I don't think they are. Because that's another prompt that I have. Nope. I don't think this one is either. I definitely bought this myself. Nope. I have options. May have introduction included. Fair. Not really. I've made the decision to put down The Wall of Winnipeg and Me. I'm just not feeling it right now. And I think mystery, horrors, or thrillers are the way to go for me. So I'm debating between these two. And then there were None by Agatha Christie or In a Dark Dark Wood. I feel like this fits the prompt maybe better. This one's just going to be quicker to get through, but I feel like this one maybe fits the prompt a bit better. Do enjoy a good Agatha Christie, though. Maybe In Dad Atwood. Almost done with Power Play. picked it back up physically because the audio wasn't for me, but loving it so far. I've physically read that one in the space of 24 hours after it came in through my door, and had a fantastic time. So I'm glad you liked it, liking it. I liked it and there was none. And it's the blueprint for so many mysteries. Yeah, I was umming and ahhing about picking up Peter Swanson's Rules for Perfect Murders because I wondered whether or not that had a party. But then I noticed that, and then there were none. A couple of other mystery books are mentioned in that one, and I reckon it's going to spoil them. So, do you think I need to pick this up before I pick that up, and any of the others that are mentioned? I might listen to the first chapter of both of these, seeing as I've got both the audiobooks, and just make a decision that way instead. But shall we do hydration station before I start the next sprint? Daddy Longlegs trying to get in my house. Don't tell Jade. I like to read my thrillers and horror in a day. I think that's why I'm probably going to get rid of God in the Wood because it's just so long. Yeah. I think you can immerse yourself fully in them if you can read them in a day. I think it just works out better. But you'll be extra grateful for your friends after reading In a Dark, Dark Wood. It's just from the synopsis, it's giving oh shit, I've forgotten the name of it now. The TV series, what Pretty Little Liars. It's giving Pretty Little Liars vibes, but in a hen party setting, bachelorette party setting, whatever you want to call it. It's giving that. Maybe I'm completely wrong, but yeah, my book club read it, and a lot of people thought the ending of God of the Woods was underwhelming. Oh, interesting. Interesting. Okay, let's do a sprint. I am actually going to go and get some lunch in this one. Let's go. Hello. How did we do in that sprint? I did decide to go with In a Dark Dark Wood. I didn't even try chapter of And Then There Were None. I'm on page 52 so far. And I've got about 3.5 hours of the audio left. So there's potential for me to finish this before my call this evening, but we'll see. I should be able to finish it in the day. Really enjoyed God of the Woods, but as I've said before, I'm a big literary genre reader, so didn't mind it was slower paced mystery fair. Hello, got here late starting Make Me Better by Sarah Gailey today. Nice. Got to 26% through Brimstone. Had a small lunch and did some knitting. I also had some lunch. And Then There Were None is so good though. I will get to it at some point, but I feel like although And Then There Were None will count as like an event, I feel like In a Dark Dark Wood fits the prompt better maybe. I've been working on tickets at work. Nice. I'm not at 24% of everything is tuberculosis. I'm at 24%. I just woke up as it's just past 7 a.m. here, so just got up and joined, doing my tarot pull and morning journal before I start reading. Nice. About 60% into my bizarre Haitian zombie book. Having an okay time. Now, that makes way more sense. 42% into Hexed. I've been listening to Liar's Dice by Juliet Faithful. At 79%, it's way outside my comfort zone. Coming of age historical fiction set in the 1970s Brazil. It's for one of my last hardest reading challenge you'll ever do. 2 prompts. Nice. Actually did some studying. Think I needed virtual company. We've got your back, rat bag. Got to page 65 of Let Us Descend by Jasmine Ward. Got 50 pages into Blood Over Brighthaven. Love that book. Thinking about putting a pause on The Graham Effect. It's so big for a romance and I feel like nothing is happening. Yeah, I was I love a slow burn, but I'm just not in the right headspace for one at the moment, which is why I put The Wall of Winnipeg and Me down. Didn't read the book I wanted to read, but I finished my audiobook, The Honeys, because I remembered I had to prep dinner to bring with me tonight. Nice. I will read at some point, but I'm not in the mood at the moment. That's fair. That is fair. If I hadn't binged all of every year after yesterday, I'd have probably been finishing that off today, in all honesty. I might go and get my journal actually and do a little bit of journaling. I did get a manga this morning from IZE Press as well. This one, 7 Sundays. Never heard of it. A firefighter rescue, a TV appearance. Fair enough. Don't know when this comes out or if it's already out. Seven Sundays, Volume 1. Oh, paper book releases August 13th. The Kindle releases the 21st of July. Fair enough. Fair dues. I also just got my copy of Harvest Season as well, book 2 in that series from Bryn Weaver. A hellos for Jade. Hoping I can grab Harvest Season in town tomorrow. Got some really nice illustrations on the inside pages, actually. And then I checked Tory Season, and that isn't the same, which is a bit disappointing. But yeah, it's bloody cold, isn't going away. Oh no. I have on occasion forgotten. Like Wednesday was such a busy day, I just completely forgot to do it. But yeah, I have been doing them. I've managed. Oh shit, that's not what I wanted. I missed the first 4 days of the month because I was away. Then I did the 5th, and then I missed the 6th, and then I did the 7th, 8th, and 9th, missed the 10th, and I did yesterday and today. So today I got 9 of Cups, which is contentment, emotional satisfaction, and the realization of your dreams and desires. Not really too sure where the cards are getting that from, but if at some point I will feel content this week, then I'll be happy with that. Still need to do mine for today. I want to take a nap at my desk. Hello, party people. Starting my work day and just needed to pop in to say hi. Hello. Hope you have a wonderful work day. And that's a doomsday. What? Work day. Same. Seems no books are getting glow ups, which is great, but will be so cool on tourist season. Yeah, I agree. I agree. Really bugs me when they do that because it, as nice as it is, it does annoy the life out of me because then your books don't match, or they then really re-release the next one with the illustrations or something. I don't know if they have done that, but they re-release the next one, and then I'm like, yeah, but I don't want to have to re-buy it. Happy with the one I've got. It's just frustrating that you've given the second one a glow up. It's a money making scheme, and I get that, but again, like I want the new editions of the Windy City series because the edges are so nice when the books are on your shelves, but I don't need to buy them. Like I have the normal ones, but the others are really pretty. Keep forgetting to submit my points to the daily polls. I do mine as soon as I've done the daily poll. I do it whenever I've finished a book as well. I'm sure you've always dreamed of hosting public sprints in a Friday. Feeling very content with that decision. Workday and doomsday can sometimes be comparable quantities. Facts. Trying to convince my boyfriend to get me iced sushi today. He hates sushi. Bless. I tried sushi for the very first time at my friend's wedding last week. My God. Yep. Last week. But I was very picky about the ones I got because I don't like fish. I like cod, but I'm picky about my fish. So they had a cucumber one, and it was really, really nice. And I would absolutely eat that again. What the fuck is going on here? Chaos. Need to do tarot pull and get some library books today. Nice. This is your reminder for your tarot pull and hydration station. The two are not mutually exclusive. I really need to tidy this room up. Oh, I have a question that I, as one of the co-hosts, should know the answer to, but does anybody else know the answer to this? The side quests. Oh, no. Okay, I've answered my own question. I was going to ask the hero's journey thing. Can you do those multiple times? You can't. It says complete each challenge once to progress through your hero's journey. That's fine because I've already done the side quest one, which is to take action on something you've been putting off or finish a project. Oh no, not that one. That's not what I mean. The Zen maxing, tidy, declutter, or refresh at least one small area of your space. I need to tidy this room. But yesterday I tidied up and organized all our wedding stuff into boxes to make it easier to find stuff. So I ticked it off for that yesterday. But I do need to tidy this room. It's an absolute shit tip. I've got like decks of tarot cards everywhere. I've got some tarot cards on the floor. There's just all sorts of shit everywhere. Like this stack of books I need to find somewhere to put. It's just a mess and I need to tidy up. So I might just stick my headphones back on and do that in this sprint and get it done. A mouse, hello. Oh yeah, and take your med. You've got any to take. Enjoying some tea and have water. Thank you. You're very welcome. Every once in a while, I really like the idea of pretty books. That I remember I'm way frugal. I am not going to spend money on books with sprayed edges. Entirely fair. Don't like fish at all. I just don't like the taste of it, but I love sushi. It just always take on the vegetarian options. Yeah, I think if I was to eat them, those are the ones I'd probably eat the most. But the cucumber one was lush. It was really nice. Very refreshing. Okay, we're ready for another. Let's go. Hello. How did we do in that sprint? I'm on page 115 of In a Dark, Dark Wood. And I've tidied up this room a bit as well. Steph is always so precise with her sprint time, and it puts my chaotic chat heavy sprints to shame. I can be very chatty, especially on like page run sprints, but when I put my mind to something, I like really get going with the sprints. Also, we chatted for like 40 minutes before we started the sprint, so I'm like trying to stay on track. Hello, loves. Landed from Menorca in Edinburgh, and on the way home was reading Kissed by the Gods on the Plane. Hope you're enjoying, Claire. On page 84 of 189 of my book, and it's small paperback size with big font, and still can't decide whether I'm okay with reading it or not. Cosmopera about men finding purpose. The fact that it's written by my favourite singer of all time and her poetry is folk. And Cosmopera inspired. Hello, love. How do you manage to avoid sushi for so long? Just never went to places that did sushi. Just never ordered it. Worked on more tickets and listened to YouTube. I tried to watch every year after, and I don't know if it's me, but I'm not feeling it. Fair. Almost done with work for the day. I'm so excited. Love that for you. Excuse me. Oh. 65% through my book now. Not sure if I will finish it today, but I'm enjoying it even if it's slow. Fair. That's because I was looking at this. This is Claire. The same time as I was trying to say fair. At my lunch, read a bit, switched to YouTube, finished my morning pages, and now I'm doing my daily Hello Kitty Island adventure, then reading, I swear. Elantris is today's book for later. Loved Elantris. Made it to 90% in Liar's Dice. The last section made me emotional. Got to 37% of my book. Oh, Cosmo Opera. Space opera. Brain freeze on the correct English term. Space opera. Fair. Cosmo opera. Hello, I've joined you in that sprint. Listen to the blood trials. I'll be going shopping in the next sprint and won't be back until a couple of hours. We might be finished at that point. Also had a tiny portion of ice cream and watched an old vlog from Jade when working. Cute. Read the first 16 pages of my book. Very intrigued so far. Reading The Outlaw by Jennifer Milkin, but haven't gotten far into it. Finished Broken by Daylight and loved it, but I missed The Last Chicken because it was too close to the end to stop. That's fair. That's totally fair. Just taking those shelves actually off of those books off of my shelves to make some room. I've had to like stack some of my books on a few of these shelves. I really didn't want to have to do this because I like how nice it looks when they're all, you know, standing up, but I've got too many books on these shelves. Am I going to get rid of some of them though? Probably not. "67 pages into Half City. I hope you enjoy. I need to film my yes, no, maybe for my, what was last month? May wrap up. So I can finally put those books in, well, take them to my brother's for my own haul. I'm tired of seeing them. Oh, excuse me. What page should I make it to? 115. Shall we get on with another sprint? Rather than waiting 5 minutes for this to end. How do we feel about that? Got to page 45 of the fake divination offence. Nice. Page 196 of Mad Mabel. Progress is being made. 35% to Brimstone. We can. Cool beans. Yes, I need to find something to read or watch. Cool with it. 59% to my book, Made Some Banana Bread, Last Sprint, Lush. Okay, let's go. Hello, how do we do in that sprint? I've made it to page 175. Hello, hello. Hope you're having a good time on your vacation. Hello, got here late. What have I missed? Not too much. Finished my book. Something that was messed up in my audiobook app and it showed me the wrong percentages. Anywho, finished a book for a hardest reading challenge you'll ever do prompt. Yay me, love that for you. Finished Liar's Dice, and though generally not my cup of tea, it was actually quite a moving and well-told story. 4 stars, nice. Did some tidying, got to page 37. I read 3 chapters. Hello, welcome. Same as before, did my daily tarot pull and had an early dinner. Been trying to get some things done. I'm very tired though, as I haven't been sleeping much this week. Oh, excuse me. I've been working, ready for the weekend to start. Now switch to my audiobook of Without a Clue by Melissa Ferguson at 41%. I'm all right. A little tired, I've got to be honest. I had a really bad headache yesterday that was turning into a migraine by the evening, so I was in bed early. And I'm just starting to feel a little bit better from it now. But I am still very tired, so. New subscriber, what's coming towards me? I don't know. Started Japanese Gothic, even though I haven't finished We Live Here Now, because I have the audiobook of Japanese Gothic. Got to page 88 while preparing dinner. That went really fast. Nice. I really enjoyed We Live Here Now. Japanese Gothic, I think I got too confused. I think I might enjoy it more upon a reread. Ordered groceries, did tarot pull, and now finally reading. Nice. I will read across the majority of genres, except for, at the moment, epic fantasy. I've been in an epic fantasy slump for about 4 or 5 years now, with a little break in between. What the fuck was it called? Ruin of Kings? No. The first book in the Stormlight, Way of Kings. Way of Kings put me back in a epic fantasy reading slump. On occasion, I can make it work, but not very often these days, which makes me sad because I miss epic fantasy. I don't read literary fiction either, and books that have flowery or lyrical writing styles, I don't read those either. But for the most part, romanticy, romance, contemporary, fluffy, dark, any kind of romance really, slow burn. I don't love insta love. Thrillers, mysteries, horror, manga, graphic novels, general fantasy, sci-fi. What else is on there? Yeah, general fantasy, sci-fi. And on occasion, classics, but not much. And on occasion, middle grade, but not much these days. So, and on occasion, historical fic, but not much. But I'll read just about anything, to be perfectly honest. Got most of the packing for holiday next week. Can't wait to go. Love that for you. So far, really like it, but I can't believe I can believe it will get confusing. Yeah. Thinking of listening to David Attenborough autobiography for a change. Nice. I bet that would be amazing if he narrates it himself as well. Going to be starting dinner in the next sprint, and I'm not sure if I can make it back before the end of sprint. So if not, have a nice rest of your day, everyone. Thanks for sprints. Thanks for joining, Kat. Yes, they do. I tried Once and Future Witches. DNF'd that one, unfortunately. I was really sad about it because I was very excited about it. Alex E. Harrow. Can't remember what else they've done. Yeah, the Once and Future of Witches, I've DNF'd. I finished Starling House and I gave it 2 stars. The writing was flowery-esque, but I managed to finish it. And I DNF'd the 10,000 Doors of January because it was flowery as well. So I just don't pick anything else up now from Alex E. Harrow. One that I am gutted about that I DNF'd, but I actually genuinely think if it wasn't for the writing would have been 5 stars from me, was The Last Tale of the Flower Bride by Roshani Chokshi. Jade told me because she read it, and I ended up DNFing it because of the writing style, but the plot sounded like a perfect 5-star read for me. So Jade told me everything that happened from beginning to end, and I'm absolutely gutted that the thing that held me back from that book was the writing, because I genuinely believe that book would be 5 stars from me, but I just can't get past the writing style. Feel the same way about Alex. Yeah. I am surprised I don't dislike not Rachel Gillig. Oh god, what's her name? Rebecca Ross's writing style more. I'm surprised I have made it through so many of Rebecca Ross's books, actually. I made it through A River Enchanted and A Fire Endless, and I gave both of those books, I think, 3.5 stars. Same with Divine Rivals and Ruthless Vows, but I liked A River Enchanted more. And I have The Queen's Rising on my 12 books from 12 friends. But I'm surprised I made it through those books because her writing can be a little bit flowery on occasion. And another one I'm surprised I made it through is what's it called? I read it a really long time ago before I knew my reading taste better. Strange to Dream and Muse of Nightmares by Laini Taylor, because they're quite lyrical, flowery writing as well. I think I gave Strange 4 stars and Muse 3. But that was a long, long time ago when I first properly got into reading again, like 2018. Also in the same boat, I forced my way through the Everlasting for a challenge, but I don't think ever again. Yeah. Still actually in my reading slump, and I don't know what to read to get out of it. Try something short and quick. Maybe like a mystery or a thriller or a horror. I always find they work best. Finally got Audible, and I have to say I love it, especially traveling back and forward from work. So I'm happy that I actually tried and now trying to get my sister to join. That is unfortunate. I was planning on trying Rebecca Ross this month. Wild Reverence is the plan. I hope you enjoy it. I haven't picked that one up specifically because I've heard it's a lot more flowery and lyrical than Divine Rivals. So I was always terrified as well that Rachel Gillig might be more on the flowery side, but I've loved One Dark Window and Two Twisted Crowns, and also The Night and the Moth. I adored The Night and the Moth. He does narrate it himself, so looking forward to that. That sounds so fun. Gutted I was bored with Wild Reverence. I was really looking forward to it. Yeah, I've not even attempted it because the reviews coming through didn't fill me with confidence based on my specific preferences. Have you read Daughter of Smoke and Bone by Laini Taylor? It's not flowery as opposed to Stranger Dreamer. I gave Daughter of Smoke and Bone 4.5 stars. And then I picked up the second one, and it was like a completely different story, and I had no idea what had happened. And I ended up DNFing at that point, and I was absolutely gutted. Sorry, my love. Also not a fan of flowery writing. Yeah, there's like specific authors that I avoid. And now Rebecca Ross is one of them. Laini Taylor is someone I don't tend to pick a lot up from. Alex E. Harrow I never pick up from. I'm wondering if there's, well, I'm not going to find them on my shelf, am I? That's dumb. I'm wondering if there's somebody else that I specifically stay away from because of their writing style, but I can't remember. DNF Muse, fair. I have manga, but can't seem to concentrate on it right now. That's a shame. The manga is something I can concentrate on, and then audiobooks of thrillers are things that I seem to be able to concentrate on right now. I did read, was that the author or one of the authors of the Bird one? Yeah, This Is How You Lose the Time War with Max Gladstone. I read that one and it was fine. I think I gave it 3.5 stars. That was back when it was, doing the rounds, 2019. I don't think I would read it again now, though. I don't think I loved it. The good news is, if I dislike Wild Reverence, then that will take several books on my TBR. So silver lining, there is that. I love that. I wish I loved lyrical writing because I'm so mad about that Roshani Chokshi book because I think it would have been a 5-star read for me. I want Jade to give me the entire plot of The Last Tale of Flower Bride 2. That book cover is gorgeous. It's so beautiful. And I had the really pretty, was it Ferrolute edition as well? I was absolutely heartbroken. But if there's one thing I cannot get past in books, actually there's two things I cannot get past in books. The first one being if the stalking triggers me, that's it. I have to put the book down, which is devastating because like the last book of the Good Girl's Guide to Murder series by Holly Jackson. I loved that series. The first 2 books were 5 stars and I had to DNF up the final book because of the stalking. So that is the one thing that I can never get past. And no matter how much I try, I did try to go back to that book several times and I just couldn't. It triggered me every time. The second thing is the lyrical and flowery writing, because obviously it's a main part of the book. So if I can't get past the writing, then I'm buggered. Tend to stay away. Erin Morgenstern, the same. I tried The Night Circus. I DNF'd The Night Circus. There is another one. Oh, Stephanie Garber is another one I stay away from. I read Caraval, again, one of the first books I picked up when I got back into writing. I read Caraval but didn't love it, so I never continued on with the series. So I stay away from Stephanie Garber as well. I've ordered A Little Life, as I was told that would get me out of my slump. Any thoughts? I haven't read it. I never want to read it. I don't think it will be for me specifically. But I hope it helps you. Can I figure this out? This Is How You Lose the Time War. It's my favorite book. It gets better with every reread. I liked the premise of it. I just think the writing wasn't for me, unfortunately. Hated book 3 of A Good Girl's Guide to Murder. Oh, wow. I didn't like Once Upon a Time purely because it felt so childish. Fair. To be honest, A Little Life would not help a reading slump for me. Actually, this conversation might be clearing some authors at my TBR, so thank you. You're welcome. I read The Chibaneko Kitchen and cried, but I loved it. It's so good. If you've read The Chibaneko Kitchen and have not yet tried the Kamigawa Food Detectives, I would highly recommend. I would highly recommend both of those books in tandem, honestly. So if you've read the Kamigawa Food Detectives and not Chibaneko Kitchen, read it because you'll love it. And if you've read Chibaneko Kitchen and not the Kamigawa Food Detectives, read it, you'll love it. And if you've read them both, maybe you can confirm with me. But I came across the Kamigawa Food Detectives as an arc. Did I get? Oh no, it was the second one I got as an arc. No, I got the first one as an arc as well from Pam Macmillan. So they sent me the first one, I read it and loved it. Then they sent me the second one as an arc. There's a third one coming out, something to do with being served. And then I picked up the Chibaneko Kitchen when I went to Jade's for Polathon earlier on this year in Feb and loved it. And since then I've read the second one as well, and I loved that too. So highly recommend those. Absolutely agree about all your thoughts on flower writing. I just can't get into it. I wish I could so desperately, but I just really cannot. And it's a shame. Personal love Amal El Motar's writing, but also understand it's not for everyone. Yeah. Hello, so happy to join you all. Devastated. That is while I'm slumping though. I hate that for you. Hate that for you. Feeling the minority. I loved A Good Girl's Guide to Murder Book 3, ending and all. I smashed it in like a day when I was camping last year. Just thrilling and a great bittersweet dark ending. I still don't know how that book series ends. Still don't know. And sometimes I convince myself to maybe go back and try again, but honestly, it would be a big mistake because it does trigger me and I can't therefore continue. And I couldn't figure out why. I was buddy reading it with a friend at the time, and I was really dragging my heels with it, super dragging my heels with it. As I say, I like to read my thrillers, mysteries, horrors in a day, really dragging my heels with it. We're about 5 days in, and my friend was like, "What? Like, are you okay?" And I was like, no, I don't know what's wrong with me with this book. Why am I not enjoying it? And she was like, dude, stalking. And I was like, oh shit. And I hadn't picked up on what I was struggling with. I hadn't figured out what the problem was. And she mentioned it straight away. And I was like, oh shit, yeah, that'll do it. And I had to DNF it. She let me know that it did go on a little bit further into the book. And there was just no way I was going to make my way through it. So I had to DNF. I was gutted. Bit worried about this book now. I've read them both. Can thank you for that. You mentioned in one of your videos and thought I'd try and do so. You're very welcome. I'm glad you enjoyed. I haven't. I do want to watch it though. I do want to watch that actually. That's just put that back on my radar as a reminder. Flower writing always catapults me back to uni when a professor is trying to explain something simple with way too many difficult words. I'm just trying to get to the point. Same. It makes me, I completely understand it. And I love that I love that people love it. And I love that for those people. But for me, it just makes me feel really stupid. I'm just like, you could have made that sentence like 5 words shorter. There was no need. Do you know what I mean? And it's amazing to me because a lot of the times as well, these books aren't stupidly long. I mean, you might get the odd book. I'm just thinking like, This Is How You Lose the Time War is a very short book. And I'm just thinking of the Flower Bride one, Roshani Chokshi. That wasn't a really long book. After saying that, Caraval's not short. I don't think Alex E. Harrow's books are necessarily short. Some of them are, but Once and Future Witches wasn't. But I just sit there and think to myself, how have you managed to write this story in so few pages while using so many more unnecessary words than absolutely needed? And then it's some of the words as well. Half the time I have to stop what I'm doing and Google what the word means because I don't know. And it just makes me feel incredibly stupid. And therefore, I just cannot put myself through it. Give me something really simple with very simple humor that will have me cracking up at the smallest things. And, I'm absolutely golden. My favorite joke of all time is That's What She Said. I am a child, okay? Love the third book, but can see why some people don't. That's fair. Exiles by Mason Coyle. Very short and very engaging. I have this on my Kindle. Piranesi, like so short but felt like forever. Facts. Again, would never pick that author's books up. But I love it for people that do. Absolutely love it. Anyone heard about the TV series of Windy City? I did not know about Windy City, but I was fairly certain. I think I knew Chestnut Springs was getting something. Saw something on Instagram. Couldn't find it again to confirm. Oh, Andy's home. I just looked at the time. Okay, should we do another sprint? Final sprint. Let's do it. Hello, how did we do in that sprint? I made it to page 204 of my book. Andy was back, so I was yapping with him, catching up on our days for a little bit at the beginning of that sprint. Back from a longer walk than I thought. Hope it's been a good sprint for you all. Gonna sign out, heading for some lunch. See you in the next round, maybe. Just finished my book, made it to page 50. Got nothing done, think I need a nap. That's a mood. Prepared my dough to bake bread and then just listen to music, to be honest. Sometimes you just need the music. Finished all my other stuff and got 5% into Elantris. A very odd premise so far. It's so good. I love Elantris, the first Mistborn trilogy from Brandon Sanderson. I didn't love Warbreaker, and I really disliked the second era from Mistborn. I actually think that might have put me in the slump the first time, and then the second time it was The Way of Kings. Sorry, Brandon, for putting that on you. However, there are books of his that I did love and I do still have and I would love to reread. I also have the secret projects that he worked on as well, the first lot, which was Tress of the Emerald Sea, The Sunlit Man, Yumi and the Nightmare Painter, and The Frugal Wizard's Handbook to Survive in Medieval England. I can't bring myself to read them though, because I've convinced myself that they're epic fantasy, and I don't think they are. I think they're a lot chilled than that. So I just need to, I also don't want to hate them. Made lunch and read 30 pages. Just finished The Blanks by Grady Hendrix. Nice. Only made a couple of chapters, managed a couple of chapters today, but have been embracing my inner house cat and laying on my rug in a sunbeam, and it's glorious. I love that for you. I liked Warbreaker, but I haven't done anything other than Mistborn, and that so far. Fair. I have found, this is only within a couple of friends of mine, but I have found that people that enjoyed Warbreaker tended not to like Elantris and vice versa. So myself and Jade loved Elantris, but did not like Warbreaker. So we have had very much so similar reading experiences with Brandon Sanderson, actually, because we both disliked Mistborn Era 2 as well, but loved Mistborn Era 1. So that's interesting. But yeah, I have found that people that disliked Warbreaker tended to like Elantris and vice versa. I'm yet to come across somebody who liked both. Had a shower and didn't wash my hair this time. Nice. Read a couple of chapters. Needed to post work TikTok scroll. Needed a post-work TikTok scroll. Fair. I've only read Tress and loved it. Piratey, I believe so. I believe it's very good. A little romancy, which is fun. And Jade didn't like the Frugal Wizard's Handbook to Survive in Medieval England, but she says she thinks I will, because it's a little bit like in the vein of, the like a lit RPG. She said it's very much so like that, like Dungeon Crawler Cal and Solo Leveling. She seems to enjoy it in visual format, so like Solo Leveling, whereas she doesn't seem to enjoy it as like in text format. So she's not like Dungeon Crawler Cal, she's not like that one, but she loved Solo Leveling. And there are a few others that she's read that are similar to that as well. So the SSS Class Hunter or whatever the hell it's called that she's got, that she enjoys, that one too. 20 pages left in my book. Definitely finish it this evening. Oh, loved both Warbreaker and Elantris. I love that for you. I loved both. Nice. It's so nice to find people that did enjoy both, though. I thought it was general rule that if you liked one, you tended not to like the other, because I was yet to come across people that like both. So I'm glad that you liked both, honestly. Thank you so much. It looks better now I've tidied it up. I do still need to do a bit of an unboxing for this. It's from, that box from Oneness Emporium. I opened it with Patreon the other day. It had a very lovely lady, Cheryl, from Oneness Emporium, sent me a bunch of tarot and oracle and stuff, and notebooks and stuff like that. So I keep meaning to do an unboxing for Instagram, but I've just not had it in me to do anything recently. So except the wedding. I still have my all my books out on my TBR card for May that I read to do my yes, no, maybe for May because I've still not filmed that yet either. Rarely been more disappointed than by Wind and Truth, though. Oh no, really? I'm always disappointed by the fact that I DNF'd The Way of Kings. I always hate that I DNF'd it because I feel like I let myself down. But the thought of picking the rest of them up to get through the Stormlight archives is terrifying. Whenever I see them in the bookstore, like Wind and Truth is like 1,000,000 pages long. It's so big. And I just don't think I would have it in me these days to do that. Like, I mean, Empire of the Dawn intimidates me. I need to go back to that and finish that off. And The Eye of the Bedlam Bride intimidates me. That's like 800 pages. But the thought of picking something up that's like 1,200 pages is insane. I have to say that I do have a couple Stephen Kings on my TBR that are pretty chunky. In the Camp of London, both fair. Theory disproven indeed. Theory disproven indeed, for sure. Makes me feel better that some have liked both. Honestly, Mistborn Era 1 was kind of slow and meh for me. So far, I've liked the standalones better. Fair. I believe that Elantris is supposed to become in a series. There is supposed to be a second one. I just don't know where the hell it is. Very unlike Brandon to mention that something's going to be a series and then not complete it. But I mean, he's a busy man. But yeah, I loved Mistborn Era 1. Did not like Mistborn Era 2. Just didn't like the setting, or like the Western setting. I wasn't a fan. Next story now has the graphic audios of Stormlight Archive, so I might reread. Nice. When in truth should have been at least 500 pages shorter. It was genuinely unnecessary, and I say that as a huge Brandy Sandy fan. Fair. I just don't know how he has the brain power to do it all, you know? He releases multiple books a year, and then he's working on other projects as well. Like, isn't he helping finish off the Game of Thrones books or something? Or somebody else's series? I can't remember what it is now, but isn't he helping finish off that? And then I see on Libro FM, because I'm part of the ALC program, I'm sure there's a Brandy Sandy book in here this month. Where is it? Songs of the Dead. Brandon Sanderson and Peter Arulian. The Strata Wars, Book 1. Just fucking side questing all the time, honestly. Kudos to him. My friend hates the fact that she loved book 2 of the Stormlight Archive because it's the 7th Sanderson book she's read and didn't get the hype until then. She hates when people say you just need to keep going. I am very similar to that. The problem with me is the older I get, the less patience I have. So when people say to me, oh my God, the second one was the best in the series, I'm like, yeah, but if you're not going to grab me in the first one, I'm not going to bother carrying on. Like, when I first picked up ACOTAR, I had a lot more patience. I think if today me was to pick up the ACOTAR series for the first time, I don't know if I would get through that first book. I might do. It wasn't terrible. I gave it 4 stars. It wasn't terrible, but I just cannot bring myself to do it. Like some people with The Final Strive, for example, by Sarah El Arifi, after I posted the Keep It or Eat It episode, some people were like, oh my God, the second book in the series is like the best book I've ever read. And I'm like, I appreciate that, but I can't tell you how many people have told me the third one isn't worth it. So I'm not putting myself through it. I wasn't enjoying the first one. I'm not going to read the second one for it to be the best book I've ever read, only to be let down by book 3. Absolutely not. So I just can't bring myself to do it. I also hate when people say that. That's why I'm never reading A Wheel of Time, not even to get to Brandy Sandy ones. Can't put myself through that. Sorry, Wheel of Time fans, no offense. Me and Jade bought the first 3 in the series at the same time with the intention of doing a buddy read at some point, and then just never did, and I got through mine. I unhauled mine. I just couldn't do it. She's still got hers, I think, but trying to finish Wheel of Time, the 5 books in the middle are a slog. I hate that. Like, I loved Assassin's Apprentice when I read it many years ago, but I haven't continued on with the series. And I know I'm probably going to enjoy them, albeit Jade did say that some of it is like wading through mud a little bit, especially as you get to some of the bigger books. So I can't bring myself to do it, but I really loved the first one. I probably should finish the Lord of the Rings books really before I start moving on to other things. But I have the first in the Gentleman Bastard series as well, The Grey Bastards by Jonathan French, and I want to read that. I've had that for such a long time, and I really want to read it. I just don't know if I'm going to spoil the book by reading it when I'm maybe not in an epic fantasy mood. I know there will be tons of people who say I'm not a real fantasy fan. I'll read it without reading Wheel of Time. Meh. Well, they can bugger off, can't they? Because why does reading one specific author, one specific series make you a real genre, specific genre reader? I think that's bullshit. It's a little bit like telling people that read historical fiction if you've never read a Kristen Hanna, then you're not a real historical fiction reader. I think she does historical fiction anyway. People should not say that. That's terrible. But just no. Yeah. For the new series, I am more strict about not picking up the second book if I'm not convinced in the first. Facts. Yeah. Yeah, same. I again, like with Death's Daughter by S.A. Barnes, I've loved horror sci-fi from S.A. Barnes, but with Death's Daughter, I was so excited. I was like, she's moving into romantasy. This is very exciting. And I couldn't wait. And I've ended up DNFing it with 2 hours of the audiobook left to go. And I have convinced myself that it's my mood. So I think I'm going to keep it for the time being, and I might come back to it again after the wedding and give it another go. It's one that I could be convinced to finish and see how the second book goes, because I could be convinced that her writing style gets better for the second book because it's the first time she's moved into romantasy, because previously she's done sci-fi horror, which she does very well. So I know she's a good writer, but I if it was somebody else who is already a well-established author within that genre, I couldn't bring myself to do it. Again, it's the Final Strife is not the first Sarah Alarifi book I've DNF'd either. I read Feybound and then DNF'd at that point. I didn't really like it, so I didn't continue on with the series. I think it's her writing more than anything that I'm just not a fan of. And that's okay. Again, maybe a little bit lyrical, a little bit flowery in places. I didn't like Dance of Thieves. I have the second, but just can't read it because I hated everything about the first book. Only liked it when I finished it. Yeah, this is the other thing as well. Some people go, yeah, but the ending will get you. And I'm like, yeah, but what about the other 600 pages that I read? Like, don't get me wrong, I totally get it. Sometimes a book can start off and it's a little bit of a slog, or in the middle it becomes a bit of a slog. But if you don't grip me immediately in the first 100 pages, even then, to be fair, I've DNF'd a book 20 pages in, but in the first 100 pages, if you really cannot grip me, I will DNF you. Priory of the Orange Tree, I was 250 pages into when I DNF'd. I just didn't like that book. I couldn't tell you anything about it. There was a wedding happening, and I think at some point there's supposed to be some dragons. But other than that, couldn't tell you anything about it. And then when I found the 15 pages of character names in the back of the book, I was like, hell no, H2O. I'm not continuing on with this. Finished packing, got June almost done, my bullet journal and read 5 chapters. Nice. I also always struggle because I want to give authors a second chance if I didn't like one of their books, but some books I just disliked so much I cannot get over it. I know what you mean. I've given Paul Tremblay and Stephen Graham Jones multiple choices now, and multiple chances, not choices, chances, and I just cannot get into their writing style. So that's it. I've had to stop. I was like, there's just no way I can do this anymore. I just don't like their writing style. And it makes me sad because I know they're both very popular horror authors, but I just don't like them. Not as people, their writing. As I didn't have to push through reading it. It was a buddy read, so I didn't want to DNF. Fair. So is it a reading slump or pre-wedding burnout brain? Because I can relate. I don't know. I think I am still reading, just very slowly. So I'm fairly certain that it's the wedding in the wedding stuff. Can't even string a sentence together properly. This meeting's going to go fantastically with my venue, my venue decor person. I don't even know what her job is. She's decorating the venue. It's going to go great with her. Hopefully she understands. I suddenly remembered that it's 7 weeks to the wedding today. Yeah, I think it's the pre-wedding thing. I just have like a million tabs open in my brain and I'm just struggling to start going through them and clicking them off because I don't need all of them open, but I convince myself I do. So I think it's that. And I'm just struggling to lock in. I think I've come to the conclusion that I need to be over in that corner of the room, essentially, not like all the time, just as far as my reading's concerned. I think I need to be on this side of the room. Mangas and graphic novels and horrors, thrillers, and mysteries. I feel like this is where I need to be. I was trying to avoid it because I don't want to give myself more nightmares than I'm already fucking having. But I just at the moment that seems to be the only thing I can get through. Maybe dark romance would be the answer as well because it's got that darkness to it, you know? Maybe that's the only other romance I can get through. But that is sad because like Light Wheel does come in and I'm so fucking excited about picking that book up, but I don't want to ruin it with my mood. So I'm just trying to stay away from books I'm really excited about at the moment because I don't want to ruin them with my mood. Chloe Gong's books sound interesting, but after that Romeo and Juliet duology, I can't get myself to try again. I've DNF'd 2 of Chloe Gong's books. Can't even remember what she's written, honestly. Chloe Gong. Oh yeah, These Violent Delights I DNF'd. That was the Romeo and Juliet one, yeah. And then Immortal Longings. Was it Immortal Longings that I absolutely fucking hated with a passion? Or no, it was another one with the word immortal in it that came not long after in a Fairy Loot box. And I absolutely hated it. It was fucking terrible. It was about a vampire. I think she was a vampire. And apparently she was like hundreds and hundreds of years old. She sounded like she was 12. And I just really hated it. It was really, really bad. But I did try this one. Didn't like this one either. So yeah, Chloe Gong's another one for me. Just finished a YA fantasy. I was so bored for the first 85%. The last 15 was so fun. And that's just not enough to make me read the next. Entirely fair. I only finished it because it was a book club book and fit a tarot card here too. Yeah. Missed the whole sprint. I had to take the dog to the vet. Just finished Broken Dove, which was 5 stars. Going to start of Blackened Blood by Isla Davin. Nice. I'm glad you enjoyed Broken Dove. I really enjoyed it. I liked it a lot. Didn't love it as much as Silver Elite, but I still really liked it. Again, I think my mood was kicking in at that point. This pre-wedding mood was kicking in at that point. I have been very much so struggling, and it makes for it makes it a lot more. This is why I can't film anything because I can't fucking speak. It makes it really hard to film content when I'm struggling like this, both with my brain not being in gear and engaging with my mouth, and also the lack of reading. Shout out to me for coming up with a bunch of sit-down videos over the next couple of months. But I like the reading vlogs, and I miss when I'm not vlogging, so it's hard. It's hard to know what to do. The life of a content creator when her brain won't work. Okay. Are we done for the day? Got an hour till my meeting. I hate meetings in the evenings. I would have quite happily taken this meeting at 6:30 this morning rather than 6:30 this evening. Really don't like having appointments late on in the day. Not to be a whiny bitch, but I just can't cope. I don't like it. Because now I would go and sit on the couch and relax for the rest of the evening and watch telly, but I can't do that. Thanks so much for hanging out. I hope you all enjoy the rest of your day. Don't click off on that one because you need to purchase that stuff. In fact, let me just do that now while I'm here. so I don't forget to do it. No, I don't want to create a passkey. Piss off. Pay. I take the morning meeting too. Thank you so much for hanging out. Me too. I'm hoping it's like half hour because as well we're having to like delay tea because of it too. So amazing. Purchased my second earrings for the wedding. Success. Yeah. Thanks so much for hanging out, and I will probably see you at some point next week. Don't know when, but probably at some point next week. Bye for now.